Welcome back, everybody. So, with this slightly shorter coffee break, we are now again on schedule to actually get food tonight, which I think you will agree with. All right. And then, as there are also no announcements, I will declare the plenary open. So we still have a pretty busy block left. There are, I think, 3 or 4 proposals still coming up, as well as some membership stuff. So we will begin with the EOE proposal, which will be presented by Dragana from EID. Please come to the center.
Okay. Hello. I would like to invite all the department members to the middle and project members as well. So I am glad to be standing here and to present a topic that is of great importance to our work and what we have been doing for exactly 20 years now. It was next. Okay. So first I will start. So this is a proposal to regulate the maximum number of events in education a student can attend. The proposal number is P28. Okay, so I will first start with Events and Education 101. So on these events, students, universities, and companies gather to discuss educational topics. They identify current problems and propose innovative solutions, and this is all done with the goal to improve the education of tomorrow. What happens afterwards with the outcomes of these events is that we disseminate it on educational conferences and many other events. EOE is 202. Usually there are 2 to 3 events in education, and by taking into account that there are around 22 students in every EOE, we gather around 66 opinions every year. EOE is 303, or what do we strive for? So firstly, we strive to fulfill the statement of purpose of the department, but also to improve our perspective on the students' issues on education, and thus raise the quality of our work in the educational field. The statement of purpose of the Education Involvement Department is to increase the students' awareness and involvement in educational matters, and to gather the students' inputs on these matters and disseminate it to relevant higher educational institutions. So EOE is 404, regulations on attendance not found. This has been, let's say, a challenge and an issue which has been ongoing for quite a lot of years. So what do we propose? We propose to update the Vivaldi handbook in order to regulate the maximum number of events in education a student can attend in one season and during their studies. So this has 2 very important and different aspects. So how it was done by now? Quite stressful. And it was done manually. So here you have a long list of everything that's the coordinator of the department and the EOE coordinators had to do. You're not supposed to read it really. You just need to see how long it is. And I won't even state how many hours it takes us for something that can be done by seconds with a computer, with something that is coded. So what are the problems for the past? You saw the list, and we spent a lot of hours into trying not to have the same participants in 2 or 3 events in education that are happening in the same season, and that they have the almost same topics. And still, even after our long online meetings, our talks with the LBGs and our agreements and disagreements, we still have mutual participants, meaning that these people went on two different events and they were asked the same questions twice. So our goal is, yeah, in 2018, maybe not to have mutual participants, and that depends on your vote. So why do we propose this? Again, what we strive for, and I answered that already. So the change that we propose is to modify the handbook and to include the participation limits. And what will this enable us? The number of students from which we gather input will be increased. We will have a more diverse pool of opinions, and our research actually becomes more relevant. And we also increase the impact, and we have more students which are being touched by our services. So there are also alternatives which are mentioned in the proposal. One is to continue with the manual optimization of participants. And the second one is just to accept that students will attend several events in education per season, which both options we do not want. The analysis of the proposal, we need more than 1/2 of the plenary so that this proposal will be approved. And thank you for your attention.
1, 2, 3. Are there any questions? I see a one finger from the mattress. From Krakow.
Yes. Okay, so Krzysztof from Krakow. We've agreed on creating a friendly amendment to this proposal. Okay, to change it from having, oh, I forgot 1 second. That a student cannot attend the EOE in one season, more than one EOE in one season, to change it to that the student cannot attend more than one EOE in 4 seasons. It's because actually the topics of EOEs are not that diverse, like during 2 seasons, so it makes more sense to have the amount of seasons between consecutive EOEs raised to 4.
We have two fingers from
Okay,
Dragana.
thank you. So the Educational Involvement Department supports this amendment, and we agree with it. I would just like to ask the IT department to have a statement on how feasible this is to be done IT-wise.
We have a two fingers from the IT department.
Good morning. It's feasible.
Thank you for the extensive answer. It's nice to have concise answers. I see Lisbon has cut, which means the next question is for the Caravel and then Porto.
Okay. Paco from the Caravel. Did you consider other alternatives like changing bus so it's easier to spot those participants that are applying to several EOEs in the same season?
To change bus, meaning for them just to, but okay. Yes, the goal of this proposal is actually for that to be done. We had some talks with IT before that.
Like what I mean is not changing the regulations, but just changing bus. So you can identify these people and continue what you were doing manually, but way faster.
Yes, but our opinion is that if there are no regulations, this, I mean, it's left to discussion, and it can happen that what if maybe EOA coordinators or LBGs disagree, and we still have this happening, even though BUS shows it. So by not adding it to the regulations, we believe that there is a danger for it to continue happening.
We have a two finger from Yaya.
Yeah, when you apply for a course or an EOE for a slam season, you can actually see already in BUS that you applied for the number of events. So you can already see that people applied for 2 EOEs, but simply the point is like to avoid this like discussion between coordinators on who's going to take the applicant or not, because you can already see who applied.
And actually, the applicants don't state priorities. They don't prioritize. So for the 3 events in education happening this year, quite a lot of number of the applicants had applied to 3 of them, and they had no preferences set.
We have a two fingers from Copenhagen who has cut their one finger.
Pablo, Copenhagen, capital city of Denmark. I would like to, I was main organizer of an EOE last year, and I would like to express my support for this proposal. The reason is that, yes, it is possible to spot applicants that have applied to more than one EOE in one season, even if it's possible to see from the previous seasons, obviously. But the selection of participants happens in parallel, and it may happen that different EOEs, they select the same participants, and then you don't see this until after optimization. So when this happens, it may happen that, sorry, when this happens, there may be some disagreements between the core teams, between like who chooses or who keeps whom.
This was not a two finger. You are allowed to respond, Ragana, but please do not abuse the two finger privilege in general, even if it is a same question on sort of the same topic. Take a one finger; it makes it much easier to facilitate. Okay, next one is from Porto and then Cluj-Napoca.
Hello, Liberato from Porto. Since this proposal is about to regulate the max number of EOEs a student can attend, this proposal shouldn't talk about that a participant can go to an EOE and a summer course at the same season?
Okay. So events and education and courses are drastically different services, and we do not see how they are connected. A person can attend an event and education and a course, and they get very different things from those two.
Porto has two fingers.
Okay, but the question is because we knew that the problems when a PAX is accepted in a EOE and a summer course, sometimes they don't was expecting that, and they don't have budget for the two courses, so they decline one. I don't know.
Yes.
It can be a problem in that way.
I think that is very personal, and it's on their responsibility if they apply to 2 different services. They are choosing what they want to do, and there were actually a few participants last summer who were attending 2 events in education and 1 course in the same summer.
I see general agreement on this answer. Finger from Cluj-Napoca now.
Timi from Cluj-Napoca. My question is about the second change. So do you have some numbers on how many students usually apply for these EOEs? And do you think it will affect the next EOEs? So do you have a limit of numbers who can attend? Because, for example, if you have, if you can, I don't know how many participants you need for organizing an EOE exactly, or if it's somewhere stated.
Okay, thank you for your question. So in every EOE, like in every course, there are around 22 participants, 22 students. So the range of applicants differs from an EOE to an EOE. Last year there were around 200 to 300 for Copenhagen, around 120 for Gliwice, I think, or more. And this year we got almost on all the EOEs around 150 applicants.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cluj-Napoca. I see no further one fingers on the list, which means we will keep the question round here. Events on education are the main driver of our educational events, and we use them to transmit the voices of students into actual input. And so it makes sense that there are actually different voices participating in these proposals. EduID has made a concrete proposal to that, and you will consider it. Thank you very much. And
I'm sorry, I forgot one very, very important thing. Like we're trying also to propose to limit it to 2 events and education in all of the studies.
This indeed seems a relevant addition. So, so I'm gonna wait for a second for extra one fingers, questions or comments, but I think that's quite a clear change nonetheless. Thank you, EduID. Thank you. Now we will proceed to another membership block, which will feature the proposal of LBG, or to make LBG Sparta from a baby LBG to a full member LBG. But as always, we first have some words from Florian from the board.
All right. So the relevant proposals for these ones are proposal P16 and proposal P17. And I would encourage you to open them in your binder, as well as all the relevant and related documents. Of the proposals, you have an activity report from the LBG, you have a doctor report from their doctor studies, and you also have a report from the board. And in addition to this, you can also check out the membership selection tool and the health indicators of the LBG. All right, since there are quite a lot of these reports, I'm not going to go too much into detail about what's written in there, but keep it quite brief about the proposal and just shortly about the background. So in December of 2013, Isparta was accepted as an observer group of BEST. And 1 year later, on PM 2014, they were accepted as baby member after hosting the board autumn meeting. And in GA 2017, we have the proposal now to approve their full membership. So in general, the requirements for a baby member to become full is that they need to apply on the third, or basically they need to apply on the third to fifth general meeting since they became baby members. They need to show a final report on their activity and how they followed their action plan. And they also need to organize a successful best course or event on education. So for LBG Sparta, this is the fifth general meeting since they became baby members. So it's also their last chance to become full. They uploaded their final activity report on time, and it was submitted to or uploaded on PA. And in autumn 2016, they organized their first autumn course, which was stamped by the Vivaldi department. So they fulfill all of the requirements, and that's why we have the voting on approving their full membership today, or on this GA. In general, for the whoopsie. Okay, so in general, regarding the proposal, first and foremost, we're voting on approving the full membership. In case that proposal is accepted, Baby LBG Sparta will become a full member of BEST. In case the proposal is rejected, we will count the votes on proposal P17, which is the automatic exclusion of Baby LBG Sparta. If this exclusion proposal is approved, then Sparta is excluded from the organization. There can also be a proposal to relegate them to observer group in that case. In case both these proposals are rejected, so if they don't become full members and they're not excluded, their baby membership is automatically prolonged until the next general meeting, so until PM Istanbul Boğaziçi, where a new vote will take place. So with that, I would like to invite Baby LBG Sparta to the middle.
Before we begin, we would like to invite the Turkish Mafia, our Dr. Statis, and our summer course coordinator, the mentor, Vasco, to the middle. And also to all the people who are in the plenary that were able to come to one of the events that we organized. So that means Yurat and Paco as well. And yes, my name is Uğur. I'm the president of LBG Sparta.
My name is Amin. Hello.
And today we are running for full, as you already know. Let's talk about what we do or not. Okay. Before the LBG, we would like to talk about the university. It is a public university and it's one of the biggest in the country. It was established in 1992. We have 19 faculties, so as you can imagine, it's a mixture of all kinds of studies. We have more than 80,000 students and we have over 20 research centers. And as the timeline, we became observer in 2013 in GA Bucharest. We had the official presentation as the observer group. And then we were appointed a nurse and a doctor from Ankara. And then we hosted our first internal event in 2014, board autumn meeting. And in PM Gdansk, we had the chance to run for baby membership. And after that, in 2016, we decided to host our first locally back as well as the first course. And here we are today. Okay, so the first course we organized is the autumn course, Your Speech, Your Rules. It got stamped. Unfortunately, we were also one of the LBGs that had a problem with the participants. We had 10 participants because of the coup d'etat. So, but in the end, it was successful. Until 2017, we had an internal event every single year. This year, we also applied for two, but we didn't get to host them after all. And for the local, we organize Motivation Weekend for newbies twice a year, where they have the chance to not only learn about BEST, but they also have some training sessions and they learn about the departments that we have in the LBG and how we work in them. We organize anniversary parties in every December. You are always invited. We organized the EBEC last year, and we also hosted the TBEC Sim, which is for EBEC Turkey. We were also very inspired by LBG Brasov with their Highlanders, so we kind of took it from them and we organized it for the LBG, where we go for camping. And we organized 12 local events for university students. For the events planned, we have a training weekend planned for this weekend, actually. And we have the Highlanders of Sparta Volume 2 in June, where we will invite all the Turkish LBGs, and if you want to join as well, you are more than welcome. İBEK Sparta is taking place next weekend, and the summer course is taking place in the first week of July. We also want to keep the tradition going and host at least one internal event before the year ends. And we also planned 10 local events, more or less the same things for the future.
So, let's talk about our HR situation. Our university is very crowded, and for this reason, we can reach more than 300 people every year. And then after the recruitment week, we had 215 more than 215 people. And our correct HR situation is 39 observer, 24 baby, and 70 full member, and totally 18 of active full member in our LBG. And after the recruitment week, we organized the motivation weekend for newbies. This is so important, or new members, and then planned the training session and knowledge transfer. We are working the knowledge transfer. As you see, our department in the HR team, we have 6 department in the HR team. This is very important, our HR team.
Okay, for the PR, you see the numbers on our social media accounts, and it's increasing every single day as we promote the courses, and as well as EBEC. We also do our own designs. You can see the future T-shirt there, and the hoodies on us, and the bracelets. For marketing, we have not enough knowledge, but we are planning to get training on it, and they also plan the plan for the next year already, which will be implemented. And you can also visit our website, which is also in English. For FR, this is our biggest problem in the university because the university doesn't really allow us to get money from the companies. If we get it, we have to put it in the account in the university basically, and they cover everything. So for that reason, we decided that we have to come up with another solution, which is the design you see there. We go to local companies and ask them if they need some ads in the university, and we made it as a tray, like to put it on a tray so that every student can see them. For local companies, we usually reach them to get logistics, food, transportation, accommodation, and for corporate partners, it is usually to cover all the expenses like travel, reimbursements, and so on. And for strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats, you see that we already have a good relationship among us, which is affected by every way. The level of English is not that good, but we also try to plan some things to improve that. International involvement dropped after the structure of BESP changed, and we don't really have a financial stability. But we, on the other hand, we have a really good support from the university where we could organize a course without paying a single penny, basically. And our biggest threat would be the recognition in the city because of the companies not giving enough support to any other NGOs, basically. And with that, we would like to thank every single person who had anything to do with our development, starting from LBG Ankara for their support, and our previous doctors, Hüsnü and Berfin, and our current doctor status. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. We will first have a statement from Florian from the board, and then we will begin taking fingers.
All right. So before I start, I would just like to point out that the board opinion has changed since the board report was uploaded 1 month ago. So the board report that you have in your binder is not the actual one that is uploaded right now. So yeah, since then we basically were aware of some things that happened and which led to us changing our opinion. So in general, LBG Sparta has improved a lot since they became a paid member of BEST. They successfully organized 2 internal events, a course, and also other BEST-related events. And they increased, in general, their number of members. However, their lack of good English is not helping with integrating their members in BEST and understanding the organization deeper, which is shown from their applications to join international projects and other events. And moreover, even though they have a high amount of members, they did not manage to find anyone to represent LPGs in the spring regional meetings or in the GA preps. And lastly, they also had an incident in their course, in their autumn course that they organized, resulting in a participant complaining and resulting in very bad PR for one of our LPGs. And this should not be acceptable from a full member LPG of our organization. And therefore, we as the board do not support the proposal to approve the full membership of Baby LPG Sparta.
Thank you, Florian. We will also have a statement from membership department, who I think is sitting in the middle.
Hello, Stathis from membership department. It was a little bit more than a year ago when we started working with LPG Sparta. During this time, through their hard work, they became more and more aware of BEST and its services. Today, they stand before you asking to join you in the front rows. They have committed a lot of time and resources in organizing a successful external event, and they were successful. But they didn't stop there. They have identified their weaknesses and are working to develop in these areas. To conclude, we believe LBG Sparta is a sustainable group ready for full membership.
Thank you, membership department. About taking questions, I'd just like to remind our plenary that it is one of the boardies sitting next to me who actually writes down the fingers, which means that until you see a thumbs up from the boardie next to me, your finger has not been recorded. So at the moment, we have questions from Ensta, Rome TV, Leuven, Extra Joao Pijotto, Barcelona, Prague, Extra Lazar, Bucharest. I saw some others, but they have not been recorded by AV yet, so you can put your signs up again. Now we will begin the question round, and we will start with first question from Ensta and then Rome TV.
Agathe from Ensta. I was wondering what is the scale of the local events you organize?
The scale meaning the
Like
attendees?
how many students and basically what are they about?
There is one room that we use. It's a conference hall. It can host up to 150 students, and in almost all the events, they are full. Not maybe like full, but you could see from behind that there aren't many seats left. So we can actually gather a lot of students to the events that we organize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ensta. Now we have Rome TV and then Leuven.
Matteo, Rome TV, former capital of Roman Empire. So you talked about 12 local events in your university. Can you explain what kind of events are these?
I think we can't go in detail, but it's like majority of them are either on engineering, like for example, we will have one in 2 days, if I remember correctly. It's on how to become a good engineer. And on the other hand, we have the personal development ones. So we cannot track all the students from engineering faculty based on different topics. And these are the majority of the similar ones.
Okay, thank you.
We have about 15 questions on the list, so we will first proceed with those and see how it goes before we are going to take further questions. Next one is Leuven, then Extra Joao Pijotto in the back.
Andreas from LBG Leuven. Can you elaborate on the fact that you only had 10 participants in the course? What was the reason for this?
As the other Turkish LBGs, we were also suffered from the attempted coup d'etat. So out of 22 participants who we would have originally, they cancelled. And well, I don't know if it's luckily, but we had more time than Istanbul LBGs. We had actually 1 month in advance more than 1 month advance to prepare for it, and we contacted the Vivaldi department in advance to see how to proceed with it. So yeah, in the end we had 10 participants who had decided to come anyway.
Thank you, Leuven. Next one is from Extra Joao Pijotto and then Barcelona.
Extra Peixoto, thank you for presentation. I would like to ask you, how are you planning on achieving your training on marketing? As you said, you're not very experienced on it.
From this year on, we decided to contact the others, other trainers and tutors, and not only rely on the one trainer that we have in the LBG, which would be good for having, let's say, a different kind of view. So last semester, actually, we had one tutor from LBG Ankara who came to us and taught us about the PR topics. So it will continue on this way, basically.
2 fingers?
It's just a yes or no question. Yeah.
Sorry?
It's just a yes or no question.
Okay.
I was just curious, are you maybe planning on applying for LTP, a local training plan?
At one point we thought about it, but we had a lot of people to deal with at the time. For the next year, I think the board, when we elect them, would seriously consider that.
Thank you, Extra Joao Pizotto. As far as I remember, a yes or no question is not the same as a numerical question, just FYI. Barcelona and Prague.
Hello, Laura from Barcelona. As you said, there are some problems with some members that don't speak properly in English, or it's hard for them. Are you organizing some local events in English? For example, have you attended some trainings, right? These trainings have been being delivered in English in order to help them to improve their skills.
You mean only in Sparta, or going to events like in the national level or international?
In Sparta. I mean, okay, if in a regional meeting, if you have another LBG that is not speaking in Turkish, obviously is not going to deliver the training.
Okay, in the local level, we have a we have quite a diversity among the members. Just because we say the English level is not good doesn't mean that nobody can speak. There's a diversity, and you can have that diversity anywhere you go, basically. In the first year, we try to implement something like speaking club, so to say. It worked out for a while, but then it decreased as we had a lot of people and we couldn't manage the time and the date. So now, basically, people are taking private lessons on English. Let's say like maybe a quarter of them, and those are the important ones for us because those are the full members and the baby members. We know for sure that they will continue. But as for organizing events, it's a bit impossible for us since the university itself has a problem with English overall.
Thank you, Barcelona. We will now have Prague and then the Caravel.
Either Prague. Well, actually, I would like to clarify a little bit what Florian said. The LPG with the bad PR was our LPG. It caused us some troubles. We were really angry in the beginning, but I believe that you should consider also all the work that the LBG Sparta have done. And as for my LBG, I can claim that in the case there will be voting for excluding, we are 100% for that Sparta stays in best. And also obviously it's obvious what we will vote for becoming full member, but please consider the work that LBG Sparta made so far.
Thank you.
Thank you for your opinion. We will now have a one finger from Bucharest. Please stand up. And then from Louvain-la-Neuve.
Hello, Robert from Bucharest. I wanted to ask you, how would the university react if they found out that you fundraise from companies, even if they forbid that?
First, we would get basically a warning saying that it's in the regulations that we cannot get money, which is the reason why if we get money more than 500 Turkish liras, which is around 150 euros basically, not much in euros, we have to basically put it in the account of the university and don't keep it to ourselves. But the tray design that you've seen in the FR part, we actually can keep that money to ourselves because it's under 500 Turkish liras. So that is our biggest income as in cash.
Okay, thank you, Bucharest. As a reminder, we have more than 15 questions still on the list. So someone says 30, but that seems unlikely. Anyway, we are not taking one fingers anymore. We will proceed with most of those questions and then ask if we want to continue. If so, we will take your questions. Next one is Louvain-la-Neuve and then Zagreb.
Hi, Nicolas from LBG Louvain-la-Neuve. The number of applications for your season course are quite low. It could lead to some problem to select participants. So do you plan to increase the activity of your event, and how will you do it?
I think the topic that we chose is quite unique. To be honest, I've never seen something like that in BEST. Although it's about engineering, it's totally out of the things that we see. That might be the reason. And when you look at the applications, 75% of them were actually women, unlike the other courses. So it may be related to the topic because it's lower than the applications we received last year. In order to increase that, if we do it next year as well, the same topic, we would contact the LBGs to promote it among themselves as well as on their social media.
Thank you, Louvain-la-Neuve. Now Zagreb and then Timișoara.
Hi, Mirna from LBG Zagreb. What was the reason that your members didn't attend the regional meeting and GA preps?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if you've all heard, but we had the referendum in Turkey. And because of that, our exam dates were changed to the exact dates when we had the regional meeting. Until this one, we didn't miss any of the RMs. We were actually trying to send as many delegates as possible. And for the RM that was organized in Istanbul Yıldız, we sent 15 delegates. So it's not really a HR situation. It's more like people chose to take their exams rather than going to the RM, basically. Like originally, we had the delegates, but they cancelled.
I think we see two fingers from Groningen in the back, so can we get a microphone to there fast? Thank you. And the other microphones can stay there. Okay.
Duncan from OBG Groningen. So for our RM, we were in the middle of our exam week as well, and we left early, arrived late, and wait, yeah, and was it not possible for any of your members at all, or is your university really strict on the lectures and the exam timings?
The thing is, like, when you go and tell your teacher that you're going to attend an international event, it's cool. But when you do it during the exam period and say to them, "Oh, can I take it like after I come back?" which you actually have the option to do so, you get the answer like, if you don't come to the exam day, like come to the exam, you will have harder questions when you take it. And I also had it during PM last year. Because I was at PM, I had to actually take the 3 exams, and they were quite hard, and I failed from all of them. So nobody wanted to take that chance, and that is the reason why they cancelled.
Okay, thank you. Now Timișoara and then Extra Gabor.
Vali from Timișoara, can you please tell us what the article was about, what the bad experience of the participant was?
Should I do it extensively? Do we have time? Or just to
No,
mention?
try to keep it short.
Okay, this one participant that we had was the most problematic one out of the 10. So he would blame us for everything from losing his luggage while changing the planes to, I don't know, smoking in front of him, and then the next thing you know, he would smoke shisha and things like that. So he complained a lot during the event, and in the end, supposedly it's a hearsay, nobody can prove that it happened. The main organizer did something, which I don't know if I'm able to say it because of the thingy. So yeah, that's what happened. And when he went back, apparently he published an article. I'm not sure about the actual translation because I did the Google translation. I don't know exactly what he wrote, but it's more or less the things that he was complaining about.
Okay, thank you. We have a two finger from Timișoara.
And is this like a one-time incident, or did it happen before or after?
What do you mean?
Like, did it happen with any other participants at another event or something?
Like for us? No.
Okay, never mind. I'll just.
Yeah, I see a lot of three fingers on this topic. So we'll. Yeah, so we're not gonna continue on this topic. We will go to Extra Gabor and then LBG Athens.
Extra Gabor, it would be a statement. Considering the previous proposals, which we discussed in this plenary so far, I would state that LBG Sparta cannot be a full member till they are ensuring that the incident never happen again, as it can be disastrous for those LBGs who has weaker university relations.
The thing is, that is a hearsay. Nobody can prove that it happened. Nobody can prove that it didn't happen. So we are basically talking about based on hearsay. And I mean, this is like something that nobody can prove.
Okay, two fingers from Extra Gabor.
There is the really common say that the customer always right.
Okay, thank you, Gabor, for your statement. Now LBG Athens.
LBG Athens. So my question is about your financial resources. We saw that you had some problems, but you came up with something innovative to overcome it. However, it's not only about the money. It's really important at some point to start, working on your corporate relations, providing career support. So do you have any planned actions to overcome your account problems and also develop more your fundraising and corporate relations?
We were actually trying to receive KT training, whatever we call it, on grants from Denizli Chan, if you know her. But we couldn't set a time exactly when it was available for both of us. Right now, we have one company who's going to support us by providing the bus tickets for EBEC winners to Istanbul. So we agreed with them to work on writing grants, which will take place no earlier than September, because we missed the deadlines for April. So we have that in plan, and we are also still in touch with companies and in some part governmental, part private companies, so to say, to get as much as we can for the events that we organize.
Okay, a short two fingers, please. Can we get the microphone to Athens?
And what about your account problems? Because as I understood, you have a problem administrating your own account.
You mean with the university? Well, thing is that university gives us support, like whatever we ask for, basically, from food to accommodation to transportation to anything, basically. But they do not give any NGOs cash because it was abused in the past by some student organizations. But as long as you give a paper full of the things that you want for any event, they provide it, basically.
Thank you. I see Lisbon has got, and we have two fingers from Mostar in the back.
Harun from Mostar, you said you get support from university for any event. Does that include things like motivational weekends and leisure events?
Not really. For those, we actually have to hand in the list of participants, which we don't really know until the day before the event takes place. And we do the motivational weekends in the city anyway, so we don't actually need anything from the university, except for the coffee break stuff and so on. And we don't really organize leisure events, like big leisure events. And for Highlanders of Sparta, we actually paid from our own pocket.
Okay, thank you. It was not a two finger anyway, so it can be kept short. I will first ask LBGs. We are now about 15 minutes into this discussion. Many of you have questions. You will, I'm sure, not be able to ask all the questions you have for Isparta. The point is that you know to make a decision on the proposal. That's the short-term objective. So if you would like to continue with the question round, to put your thumbs up. If you would like to leave it here, thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. I think this is still slightly mixed, so I will take a few more of the questions we had on the list. We have Lisbon and then LBG Brussels. Brussels has cut, sir. Has Lisbon cut, or you had a finger on the list? Have you cut it? Okay. Please show it with your sign next time. I cannot. Does Brussels have a question? Okay. Was it? No. Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Okay, then we will go to Prague and then Turin. Turin has also cut. So then Prague and then Barcelona. Okay. Okay, technical from Brno first. And all the LBGs who had their questions taken, please raise your sign up whether or not you still have them. Or show us your sign if you want to cut them, I mean.
Samo, LBG Brno, I would just like to ask if Brno is on the list of the...
Yes, you
if
are.
you didn't misrepresent us for Brussels. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you were in position 10 or something. So at the moment, we still have Barcelona 2 questions, Extra Jabor, Madrid Carlos III, Brno, Bucharest, Rome TV, Moscow, and Porto. So those were all the... So I see, show me your sign, please. Yes, those, they have been cut. So now Barcelona.
Laura from Barcelona. First of all, I would like to make a statement. guys, we are like voting a new LBG in our in best. So I think it's like a quite important issue to continue answering if this LBG is deserving being in best or not. I think it's a quite important issue to think about it. So refresh your mind about this. So my question is about about this issue that happened that we don't know if it happens or not. Did you discuss with your LBG about it? It has been like an awareness about the importance of our image outside, and what was the reaction of the LBG about this?
Of course, we talked about it in the LBG, and when we got the news, we actually contacted the Vivaldi and also our mentor for the course, and we got some questions from them, which the main organizer replied to, saying that such thing didn't happen. This is the problem. You never know which side to believe, and
I
in
see
our
three
LBG,
fingers across the plenary. So we will go to the question from Madrid Carlos Tercero. And do we have a technical from the mattress?
Well, technical
Just a
first.
second, technical from the mattress.
Just one. I was going to ask if Istanbul is there because I took it like 15 minutes ago, but maybe it's my fault that I didn't saw this sign.
It was probably late, but we will put it on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura from Madrid Carlos Tercero. I had two fingers before when we talk about why you couldn't go to regional meeting for GA preps, but what about the GA preps online that Florian did?
So in order to come here, we actually had to travel a long way, like 3 days, basically. So we weren't able to do it beforehand because we also had an event to take care of. So for that reason, nobody from the board were able to attend, not him or me. And since we were the ones that were coming here, we didn't ask the other boardies to do it because it would be pointless if they weren't coming. And we read, like, we are aware of the proposals. So, yeah.
Okay, I think you have answered the question. Thank you. LBG Brno still has a finger.
Hello, Samuel LBG Brno. So as we heard from Florian in the statement from the board, there were some issues that some of the members from your LBG were sending sort of like generic motivation letters that they found on the internet to go to best events. I personally think this is really not cool, so I would like to hear your statement on this.
Okay, the thing that we do, how we promote the courses, is we put posters all around the university for the engineering faculties, and we invite them to write a motivation letter evenings. When they arrive there, we tell them, like, here's what you can do. You can write these kind of things. You can talk about these kind of things, but we never write their stuff. And we definitely don't promote finding generic stuff on the internet. If they write the same things, it may be our fault because we actually lead them the way and we don't leave them to write motivation letters for maybe the first time in their lives on their own. So we show them the way. We basically give them the topics to write about.
Okay, a brief two fingers, please.
So yes or no question. So those people were not members of your LBG. Those were students from your university, right?
I didn't get it.
The people who sent those fake motivation letters, were they members of LBG Sparta or were they just students from your university?
Can you please define fake? Because this is again like hearsay.
Or like those non-original ones, generic.
Well, if like it's not like we see the motivation letters that we read, so I don't see the point actually in
Okay, we have
answering this question.
two fingers from Graz.
I believe Miguel from Graz, first of all. I believe I can actually reply to the question because when I was being organizer of the winter course in Graz, we received 5 identical co-organizer applications from LBG Sparta and quite some as well for participant. So both in the LBG and not in the LBG. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to once again ask LBGs to give their opinion on the length. We're going about 10 minutes over time, and this is getting trickier with the schedule. So if you would like to continue the question round, thumbs up. If you would like to leave it here, thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. And the first row, LBGs, please. Okay, this looks like a pretty clear thumbs down majority now. We still had questions from Bucharest, Rome TV, Moscow, and Istanbul, but as we stopped taking fingers at some point and there were still many, many questions, I think there is for sure a lot to still discuss. So, G Barcelona?
I think I had another finger before everyone.
It's in the other paper, I'm sorry.
Yes,
But you
indeed.
didn't say about it. Okay, it's after all the...
There were many fingers still, but ultimately we have to take the first ones, and LBGs are now deciding that they have enough information. But thank you. Okay, so as your parents always tell you, children grow up really fast, so do babies. LBG Sparta wants to pull its full weight as a member LBG, and with that come a lot of responsibilities to the organization in terms of services and other things. It is your call whether they will be ready for it, and I hope you use the next days to ask the rest of these questions to them. Thank you, Sparta, for presenting yourself.
Thank you.
And as we have had a lot of questions in a row, I am starting to get a little tired, so I think Oscar can help us out.
Of course I can. So everybody to the middle of the plenary, please.
Capital of Iceland. Iceland is located in the Atlantic Ocean, and it might seem quite far to get there, but it's not as far as you might think. With the growing tourism, we have a lot of flights, and they're getting more and more cheap. So there are 340,000 people in Iceland, and 2/3 live in Reykjavik. And this is Reykjavik on a beautiful night. And this is a view from our university, which was established in 1911. It has about 12,000 students, 89 programs, 29 faculties, and however, the target group for BEST is about 1,800 students that are members of the School of Engineering and Natural Science. We have bachelor, master's, and PhD. These are the faculties at the School of Engineering and Natural Science. One thing that I want to tell you about is that every program at our university, they have their own student union, and they are very active. For example, they have company meetings every single week, and a lot of other events too. But what we have that they don't have is actually you guys, our international involvement. So there are no other international organizations at our university. We have the Erasmus Exchange Program, but there are no international students in our OBG. I don't really know why. Maybe they're just too busy exploring Iceland when they are there. Yeah, so our relationship with our university is very positive. We can always get like classrooms and meeting rooms and stuff like that if we have events. We also get financial support, travel refunds, and we are actually waiting on a response regarding office space at the moment. And like, for example, the university has an official Snapchat account, and we brought it with us both to our RM and also here. So this is like really good for us because it has 4,000 followers that are students at the university. So it's really good to make the students aware of us. But why are we presenting here now as an OBG, and why are we not an LBG? You got the short version. I'm going to tell you again, though. So we were suspended, and we were hoping to become full members again at PM Warsaw. However, our summer course did not get stamped, so we were automatically excluded. However, Porto made a proposal for us to become observers, and the plenary agreed, so here we are. But what were the main reasons for why we were excluded? Basically, our members moved away, and they didn't leave anything behind. I think that basically they were just having too much fun in BEST to actually remember to promote it and get new members. So there was no BEST knowledge transfer and almost no LBG Reykjavik in Reykjavik. But this is our motto right now. Success does not consist in never making mistakes, but in never making the same a second time. So what kind of measures are we going to take to not do the same mistakes again? We're going to focus a lot on growth and sustainability. We are doing that by actually promoting BEST a lot at our university. We have been doing it now for a year, and it's been really successful. We are actually targeting first-year students because we really want them, really want our members to have a longer lifespan in BEST, basically. So we have board meetings like once a week, and more often if needed. And then we have OBG meetings like once every month. And we would like to have more frequent meetings. Yeah, so events. As you know, we need an internal event to become baby members. We have but I'm going to talk a little bit about the external events before. So you can see in red the applications for last year, and then you can see in blue the application for this year. So we have been promoting BEST a lot, and it's been paying off because 15-16 we got 17 applications, but 16-17 we got 45 applications. So it's a 165% increase, which we're really happy with. In the last year, we have sent 10 members to courses, and for this summer, actually 9 people got accepted and 2 waitlisted out of 14 who applied. So we really want to love courses, and we want our members to be able to experience them. But we have also been to internal events. These are the events that our current members have been to, both RMs and GMs. But we want to host some events in Reykjavik too. We applied actually to host internal events. These are the 5 that we applied for. However, we didn't get any. We are really hoping that we will get one get an event this autumn, so that we can apply to become BABE members. However, we did host some events that were where we got people from other LBGs to come and join us. For example, our president Alma, she is a part of the Nordic EBEC core team, and they had a short intensive meeting in Reykjavik. This is really great because our newer members who had not been abroad, they could meet up with other members, or like members from other countries. We also did a motivation weekend where we got 2 trainers to come. We had some training sessions, and I would say the most important one was best knowledge transfer, because we have a lot of new members. So it was really great for us to have that. We also did some PA training and strategic planning, which has been really, really, really useful. And of course, it was a motivational weekend, so our motivation went up. Here are some pictures from the motivational weekend. And basically, we had 14 people attending, so we were really happy with that. So what about the future? Well, the next step is, like, we really want to use the strategic planning that we did during the motivational weekend. And it's really nice for us to not just have ideas, but have goals and deadlines. We want to be more internationally involved, since we think this is something that sets us aside from the other student associations at the university. We want to continue growing and be sustainable, and we're going to do that by targeting first-year students. We want to apply to host an internal event, hopefully autumn RM of Region 9, or the board autumn meeting. And of course, the main goal that we have is to become BABE members at PM Warsaw. No, PM in Istanbul in November. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, OBG Reykjavik. We will now be taking your questions. First one to LBG Zagreb.
Hello, Tihana LBG Zagreb. Do you have some plan? How will you do a recruitment of your new members?
So at the moment, we both send out like emails telling people about BEST and have like meetings where they can come and we introduce them to BEST. But what we also do is we go to the classes of the first year students, like math, and like the big classes with all the first year students, and we have a presentation there. And just tell people that if they want to know anything like more, they can come by and like to a meeting that we have put up. So it's been really successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Zagreb. Now we'll have Extra Raxmi and then LBG Skopje.
Extra Raxmi, so thank you for your presentation. It was really awesome. I have a question for you. So you applied for 5 internal events, but you weren't selected. So could you explain us why?
Okay, so one of the 5 events was actually the RM, and we were really lucky because there were 3 LBGs that wanted to host it. So we didn't get picked this time, but I would like to, maybe the board wants to comment on the rest.
To finger from the board.
Evie from the board, as they correctly said, the REM was not our decision. For the next 4 internal events that they apply to host, there are different criteria that we take account as a board when we select the host. For some of the events, you need specific people to attend. So when it comes, for example, to a workshop or a short intensive meeting that you need a project team to be there, when we receive many applications, if they are all valid enough according to our criteria, we ask the people that need to be there, what is their availability to travel to this place in these specific dates. And then depending on the answer, we select the host. In some other events where it's open to all the people to apply, then we take once again to account all the criteria and we select the host which we believe fulfills them better. So in all the cases, unfortunately, either the team members were not available to travel to Reykjavik at this specific period, or there was a better application, according to our opinion, for this event.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add that like 4 out of 4 times we got the location answer, and 1 out of the 4 it was that another LBG had a better stuff. Like I don't know.
Yes, because sometimes when you need these 10 specific people to be there, if they cannot go there, then either you don't do the event or you do it in another host. So it's true what you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Next one from Skopje, and then right next to it, St. Petersburg.
Hi, Sarah from Ilvoji Skopje. My question is, does your
Please
university
speak into the microphone.
does your university give you any kind of support? Do they give you money for hosting events or all your needs, or do they support you in any other other way?
Yes, they support us in a lot of different ways. They give us money every semester.
I'm seeing 3 fingers across, so I believe this was sort of answered. Next question from St. Petersburg.
Martin, St. Petersburg, thank you for presentation. It was really cool. You mentioned like that you really want to apply for internal events, but what about external? Because it's also really important to make like maybe e-back edition or some other train shop. So
as an OBG, we cannot host any external events, as I understand it.
No.
Do you mean in the future? Or?
Yes, 2 fingers.
I mean, like, do you want to make some your own for just for students, like some own events?
Okay, you mentioned like some like courses and
not courses,
no,
but
like
maybe
like e-back. As I
not
understood
e-back,
it,
maybe some
other.
Yes, but okay.
At the moment, we're just focusing on events for our members. I think it's very important that they get, for example, best knowledge transfer, and just really, yeah, have more members and hope to be able to focus on the others when we become baby or full.
Okay, thank you. I will just read the fingers that we have on the list at the moment to make sure that we did not miss anyone. So we have Moscow, EBEC Project, Extra Lazar, Warsaw, Athens, Gothenburg, Graz, Patras, Competitions Department, and Thessaloniki. And Patras has got. And Graz as well. Okay. The next one will be Moscow and then EBEC Project.
Thank you for your presentation. Alexander from Moscow. Could you please tell about your recruitment strategy at the moment? How do you recruit new people? And if you see any improvement points in order to recruit more people and become more sustainable in the future? Thank you.
We are actually targeting first-year students. And like I said, we go both to classes and we send out specific emails and have like meetings that they can attend, especially to like introduce them to BEST. I'm sorry, I forgot about the rest.
2 fingers from
Do you see any points of improvement for the future for this strategy, so you could like include more members?
Sorry?
Do you see any improvement points for your approach to recruitment?
Bullet points, no.
Improvement points.
Improvement points.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, of course we can always improve. Yeah, like we really want to target the first-year students to become more sustainable. That's like our main mission now, to become sustainable because we haven't been sustainable.
Okay, thank you. I see some 3 fingers in the plenary sometimes. That's good that you give feedback on it, though, of course, if there are only 5 3 fingers, then I'm not going to be cutting that. So I don't know if other LBGs are also feeling that's not relevant, do feel free to use the 3 fingers more often. So EBAC project and then Extra Lazar.
Elias, IVEC project. It's nice to see you here again. Thank you for collaborating with IVEC project, even not being part of the pyramid. And it's great to see the interest you show in the project. I have 2 questions. The one is if you can elaborate a little bit more on your involvement in IVEC Nordic that you mentioned. And the second one is what are your plans, your next plans regarding IVEC? Thank you.
Okay, so regarding the involvement, basically it was just we had a member on the core team for EBEC Nordic. It was our president, Alma, and she learned a lot about EBEC, and we really hope that we can do a local round as soon as we become baby members. We had already been talking to, there's another competition actually at our university already that has like, yeah, like really nice sponsors and stuff like that. So we were actually talking to them about like joining them. Maybe they would do the, so there's a case study that we would probably handle, and then they would continue handling the other part that I can't remember the name of at the moment. Did it answer your questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you EBAC project. Now Extra Lazar and then LBG Athens.
Extra Sergio.
Or
here.
Oh.
Okay. First of all, congratulations for your presentation. And my first question is, you said that you have monthly meetings with your LBG. Why do you have them so? Why don't you have them more often?
Okay. We want to have them more frequently. The thing is that people are just really busy. We have a lot of other student associations that are really active. So a lot of people are also in them. So basically it's just that people are available for an X amount of time to do this stuff. But we're hoping that we will be able to do it more frequently next semester, every other week or something like that.
Okay, and my second question is, how is the level of motivation in your LBG?
Super high.
Thank you.
Thank you for a concise answer. LBG Athens and then LBG Gothenburg.
Luki, LBG Athens. So you mentioned that previous members left and didn't leave anything behind. So how do you ensure knowledge management now?
I'm sorry, what are...
How do you ensure knowledge management now?
Okay, so we have like a Google Drive where we keep everything, and basically just teaching the new members about BEST and just including them in everything. Was that okay? No?
2 fingers from Athens.
So LBG Athens. So you don't have a person responsible coordinating it or a concrete system right now?
For
knowledge management.
Basically, we have all our documents in one place where it's available for the future. And then we just want to teach people, basically. But
now LBG Gothenburg has cut. And that means next is the competitions department and then Thessaloniki. Stand up, competitions department.
Hi. So you told us that your university reimburses your trips in 60%, right? So would there be any possibility for your university to reimburse besties if you apply to an internal event?
for an internal event,
Yeah.
like like other students that are not students at our university.
Exactly.
No.
For example, a team or something.
No, it's from a student fund that is only for the students of the University of Iceland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Competitions. Now Thessaloniki, and then the last question from Extra Raksmi in the middle.
Hello, Jason Elvis Thessaloniki. First of all, well done for your presentation and your cards. Now, one of your slides were your SWOT, and well done for doing it. But I would like my question about your threats. If you could very quickly, summarize and say some more details about them.
About this fancy stuff.
Yeah, this threats thing, if you can.
Say something about what we have in the...
Yeah, because there are like 4 threats.
Okay, so basically at our motivational weekend, we had strategic planning, and we evaluated our strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. and
Yeah,
from that we actually.
I do see quite a lot of three fingers popping up, so we can keep it here. Extra Raxmi.
Okay, extra Raxmi. It's not going to be a question, but a statement. I talked with your regional advisor quite soon ago, and she told me that you were already in constant relation and communication with her and also with your doctor. So
Yeah.
for her, it means that you are really wanting to improve. So nice.
Thank you.
Nice. And now the final one from BCC.
Yeah, hi, Batka from BCC. Thank you for your presentation. I'm really glad to see that. But I wanted to ask you something because during PM I checked that and it seems that you sent only your president for some kind of events. I mean, basically events when you can gain some additional knowledge about best and stuff. And can I ask you why? Why is it the only president who is traveling instead of your some other, for example, board members or basically members of your group?
So do you mean at PM?
Not exactly PM, but you even mentioned that for IBEC Nordic, it was your president Alma going, and for some other events, it was her going. Why is it always her? Why do you not send some other people?
Well, we are here right now, and she didn't go to the last RM, but she has been involved for the longest, which is like a year and a half. So basically, because she has been in Best for the longest, I think that's the reason why she has been to most of the events. And we actually have another guy who has applied for like projects, so we're just like getting people to become more
I
internationally
see three
involved.
fingers popping up around the plenary. Okay, well, we have mostly filled the question time for this round. Still saw a finger from Extra Dragos popping up, but as it was already quite late, I recommend you do it in private. Okay, well, as you have heard, Reykjavik was relegated from an LBG to an observer group several GMs ago. I think many groups at that point would have lost motivation and also really left it there. Reykjavik has not, and they're showing us that there are still people in Iceland who believe that Best has a place there. I think that is courage and determination to admire. So thank you for telling us about it and presenting yourself. I understood that reference. Now, to give you a time-wise heads up, we're about 15 minutes in delay, which is manageable, but to get to dinner, we cannot afford to go much longer. I'm just giving you that heads up now. We still have two proposals to discuss, so please keep your questions to the things that you think are very important to clarify or state in front of the whole plenary. Next one is the EBEC handbook changes and regional rounds. I believe it is presented by Elias, so please come to the middle. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so some people helped for this proposal. So I would like to invite here EBEC team and competitions department guys. And also if Zurita is not willing to join competitions department, you should anyways, because you also help in the proposal. Okay. So you can open your binders in the proposal and check out the proposal 30. You have all the information there. It's quite long, but it's useful. Okay, so first I'll explain the current situation of national regional rounds. Yeah, for the ones who are not aware of it, NRR stands for National Regional Round of EBEC. So we all are now in the same page. And what is the motivation to make a change? Okay, the first reason and the main reason is that it's hard to find LBGs to host NRRs every year. For instance, for the last 3 editions of the project, if I'm not mistaken, between 2 and 3 national and regional rounds announced the LBG host after deadline. There are some other reasons. Among those, it's that currently there are no NRR quality standards, which makes hard to keep coherence through EBEC pyramid to make it easy in the local rounds and to make it hard grow the difficulty through the levels. What changes does this proposal include? Okay, so this change requires 2 proposals, requires 2 changes in 2 different documents of BEST. The first one is kind of obvious and is the regulations of admission and exclusion. It's kind of a simple change, which is basically include national and regional rounds of EBEC, along courses, EOEs, and final round of EBEC to count for the 4A season rule. You can check it in the document. And also the EBEC handbook, which is a major change actually. We propose to upgrade EBEC handbook to the version 3.0, which features a new chapter 2 that includes all the quality standards that we propose to apply. So, how the future national and regional round would be like? As I said before, we have some new quality standards, quality assurance standards. Among those, we have timing and announcement fixed, kind of fixed deadlines, more specified than before. We have a minimum length and working hours for competition, which is 2 days of competition minimum and 16 hours of competition minimum, 8 and 8, let's say, and also requires evaluation for the participants and some other requirements that you can check there in the document. These changes take also new responsibilities to the LBGs who are eager to take the challenge to organize, to host these national and regional rounds of EVIC. The main one, and basically the main point of the proposal, is that an LBG organizing a national or regional round would not have to organize an external event, in example, a course, in the same year, let's say. And that also has, on the other hand, let's say, that now the national and regional round of EBIT would go through a stamping process to assess if standards were actually accomplished. It's pretty similar to Vivaldi procedure, let's say. So, to summarize a little bit, the new EBIC NRR, the aim of this change that we're proposing is the first, like the main reason of it is make easier for LBGs to organize a national and regional round. So you have more opportunities, you the LBGs, to organize one of it. Also increase the quality of EBEC NRR level, as I said before, and this would lead to increase the coherence of difficulty through EBEC levels. And also it is important to state that this change would apply for EBEC project 2018. So if you have some national and regional rounds that you are participating in, they would not be affected. Neither would be affected EBEC Brno, EBEC final in Brno. So thank you for your attention. I think this is all. Yes, thank you for your attention and glad to answer your questions.
1, 2, 3. Okay, let's begin the question round with LBG Izmir in the back. So let's get a microphone there. And then the next one will be Lisbon.
Hi, I'm Semia from Izmir. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And my question is, when NNR joined the Vivaldi handbook, LBGs may not organize courses. This means there is the possibility BEST will organize less 15 courses per year than yearly organized. What do you think about the compensate this?
Compensate the possible lack of courses?
Yes.
Well, actually, what we are tackling mainly here from the project is to help the sustainability of EBIC project, and we don't have to, even though we love courses, we are not really into making the courses sustainable. However, we think that this number would be less than 15 because a lot of regions we believe that they would also still organize a course. Most likely, this would only apply to the weakest EVEC regions. Did I answer?
Okay, thank you, Izmir. Now we will have Lisbon and then next door, Louvain-la-Neuve.
Hey, Guilherme from Lisbon. We are about to vote on a project that aims to regulate external events, the external events project. Don't you think that the NRRs should be regulated in the same way in order to ensure their quality before voting on this one? Because from what I see, the changes to the backend book only regulate the way we handle the NRRs.
Okay, the reason EBEC and national and regional rounds are not included in this external events category, it's because they don't fulfill some of the basic criteria that were defined for EBEC NRRs, such as like diversity among the participants internationally in terms of nationality.
We have a clarification from Lisbon.
I didn't say that you would use the exact same criteria, but create the criteria in the same way that external event projects created the criteria.
So you mean that create a criteria that has to be accomplished to be a national and regional round? If that is the question, it is actually kind of created in the quality like standards. This is something that the new NRRs will have to comply.
Zurita from the Metro seems to have a comment.
I don't really understand.
Surita from the mattress, it's more of a clarification. Do you mean that the format should be the same one that in the external events document or the content?
Lisbon? Lisbon?
I was talking about criteria for logistics, for example, because the backend book only handles the criteria for activity announcement and evaluation for the participants. I was thinking things about logistics like accommodation for the participants and stuff like that, and meals and.
I guess what you mean is that it's not clearly defined as it is in Vivaldi handbook, not that much defined. Okay, yeah, I get your point. Thing is that the philosophy of feedback and why what we do is focusing on competition and not that much on these logistic matters. However, our experience says that we don't have many problems on this, on having problems with the accommodation of the participants. In the ones that are already providing accommodation, that it's, I think, all of them. So we try to focus on assure the quality of the competition itself rather than the rest of the things that involve. But we still say that they have to provide accommodation, food, and stuff in a more general way.
Thank you. Elias, try to keep the questions a bit, or the answers a bit concise as well. Louvain-la-Neuve, did you have a question? Yes, okay, go, and then the next one will be external events.
Okay, so Noemi from Louvain-la-Neuve. In Belgium and the Netherlands, EBEC Benelux is organized by a core team whose members can come from all participating LBGs, which means that there is not one LBG that could be considered as the host. So my question is, how would this proposal apply in our special case?
Okay, in this way, there should be, let's say, officially an LBG that is taking care of the round for that year, taking the responsibility, the official responsibility, let's say. You can keep your working methods, and you can keep the same core team and the same teams that you have in EBEC Benelux. The thing is that nominally or officially, however, like the way you want to say it, there would be an LBG who is responsible of that for a given year. And it can be rotating or it can be voted every year. But you could keep your working methods.
Okay, we have a two-finger from Khanya. Microphone will be behind you. Yes, perfect.
Yeah, so as you said, like there is like one hosting LBG, that's where the NRR is happening, but the core team like is responsible for many of the stuff from the organizing part. Like if something happens and it's not getting stamped, do you think like it's cool for the LBG not to get stamped?
Zurita?
Okay, yeah. Actually, This is the thank you for your question, and this is an issue that we thought about for sure. Actually, this is the same way that works for eBay Final. What we try to see is that if the work that has to be is mandatory for the LBG was accomplished or not. Of course, we take into consideration that if the core team, somebody from another LBG did a mistake, a big mistake that affected the whole competition, but it's not a mistake of the LBG, it will be taken into account for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have a question from External Events Project and then LBG Belgrade.
Hello, Georgia from External Events. It's actually a statement. I understand that by including NRRs in the 4-8 season rule, we help them become more sustainable. However, the implementation isn't the appropriate one. By doing so, we compromise the diversity aspect. Diversity is one of the pillars of our identity and we must maintain it. In the discussions we had for the External Events Project, the issue of diversity was a major one, and the vast majority of the people that contributed highlighted that for events that count in the 4-8 season rule, the participants should come from a big amount of countries. What was finally decided by BEST was that all events that are addressed to our students and count to the 4-8 season rule should be accessible from every BEST university. I believe that this proposal should happen after we revise the EBEC regions to make them more diverse and not have national rounds at all. Thank you.
I see quite some thumbs up in the plenary, so thank you. I think Budapest has 2 fingers and Vivaldi has 2 fingers, or? Budapest 2 fingers first.
Balázs from Budapest. This is going to be a reaction to Georgia's comment and also a supportive statement for the proposal. Today in the LTSP sessions, many people expressed their opinion that they want to see EBEC considered at the same level of importance in BEST as courses are currently. And I think this could be a really good step towards achieving this goal. Do you agree with it? Or do you understand what I said?
Yeah, we understand the point of view. From the side of EVIC project, what we are doing is 2 things. The first of all, we are trying to make EVIC more sustainable, our project, and we take into account the values and these things that Georgia said regarding events included in the 4-8 season rule. Our main point here is to increase the sustainability of EVIC project, but we also take into account this comment.
Okay. We will take the 2 fingers from Belgrade, and then we will take the 1 finger from Vivaldi department.
Okay, wait, technical. First of all, my 2 fingers were about Hanya. Then it was another 1 finger. Tell me what you want me to say.
Okay, I will take Belgrade first, and then we will return to the 1 finger, if you don't mind. You can choose a topic.
Amazing.
Belgrade cuts, so you have the floor, Angelina. Belgrade has cuts, so it's your turn now.
Okay, so concerning the stamping issue that Hanya brought up, I actually want to underline its importance because we are going to mess with membership statuses of one LBG, these decisions being affected by other LBGs. So we are going to create a pretty huge mess. And second of all, I would like to put a huge thumbs up to External Events Project statement. And the final comment, let's not have our services fight each other, courses or EBEC or anything else. We do all of them. Let's not assess the feasibility and viability of one service over another. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. I see Zurita has 2 fingers on this.
Hello, Surita from the board. I just would like to remind this plenary that events on education are also organized by Educational Involvement Department, and at the end, the stamping decision affects the LBG, and the same happens for EBEC final. The EBEC team comes from all LBGs, but the decision only affects the host. Thank you.
Thank you. Madrid cuts. That means the next question. Belgrade, did you still have a 1 finger? No, he has cuts. Okay, we have a 2 finger from the board. On the previous topic.
Okay, Florian from the board.
I would just like to point out that whether an event was stamped or not does not actually influence the membership status. It's still proposals. So if an event was stamped or not, it's still up to the plenary to decide if their membership status should change.
Okay, let's take one more question from Thessaloniki. A bit further on the side, thank you.
Effie from LBG Thessaloniki. Best is that LBGs usually don't have a very big lifetime at the LBGs. So, if, for example, after the summer we have a lot of newbies that enter best after a course, so they are super motivated about courses and they won't actually see a course for 8 seasons, how this will affect the motivation of the LBG and the new members? I mean, no empowered diversity is encouraged and they won't see such, yeah.
Okay, I would like to point out first that this is an option. This is not something that we are making LBGs not to have a course or something. So this is like there are some LBGs, not a lot, but some LBGs that cannot organize an IBEC NRR because they have to organize a course. And they use all the HR and all the money of the year for that course, for that project. So it is something that they can do. They will have the LBGs can think about what is better for our interest as an LBG, make a course or make an EBIC. So if they decide by the reasons you gave that the best option, their best option is to organize a course, they will organize a course. It's just, I don't really see the problem.
Okay, first of all, Hanya, as your 2 fingers was on the previous topic, I'm sorry I didn't see it in time, but I will proceed now with the 2 fingers from Extra Ola and then fingers from Cluj-Napoca in the middle.
I would highly encourage you to rather see that in a bigger picture and see this proposal as a solution and the cure for the problems of EBEC, because the cost of sacrificing one course per year is smaller than stopping teams from, for example, 8, 10 LBGs into participation in the whole EBEC pyramid.
Okay, thank you. Now we will have Cluj-Napoca, who also had 2 fingers.
Timmy from Cluj-Napoca. So I will just give an example. For in our region, we organized the national regional round in a circle, and we have never ever think about not organizing course in that year. We always organize it, and we organize both. And also think about the service we provide as well, because we tell the companies in IBEC final that they have 120 participants. And if we cancel an NRR, then it will affect this service. Thank you.
Both 2 fingers cut. Okay, we still have some fingers on the list. However, once again, you know the drill. We are running a bit out of time. So I'd first like to, again, ask LBGs if you'd like to continue. Again, this proposal, I think, is sort of straightforward. It is a straightforward proposal of to do something or not. You don't have to answer all the questions in the plenary here. The important thing is that you know what to vote on the proposal in the short term. So if you would like to continue with some more questions, thumbs up. Otherwise, if you want to proceed, thumbs down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I see at least a bit of a mix. So we'll continue with some questions. Okay, let's keep going in chronological order. Patras has cut, then it will be Hanya, and then LBG Porto.
Alex from Albania. I want to go back to the stamping procedure. If I understand well, the department that's going to supervise the stamping procedure is going to be the competitions department, right? Sorry? Right.
Okay, it's something to be defined in detail yet. What it is clear for sure is that EVA coordinator and IBEC national regional run supporters will be involved in the decision with the help of competitions department. Which one is going to take the role, the exact roles? We are still defining it. But the latest responsibility, like the highest responsibility, probably will fall into IBEC coordinator or IBEC national regional run supporters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jania. Now Porto. Okay, sorry.
Okay, it is just like to make a comparison. It is like season coordinator, which is a project, and with the help of Vivaldi, more or less.
We still have questions from Porto, Thessaloniki, Rome TV, Gdansk, Bucharest, Extraola, Madrid, Carlos III, Budapest, Thessaloniki, and Valladolid. We will take a few fingers because you wanted to. I would ask these LBGs though if it is a really relevant point for the plenary. Otherwise, consider cutting your finger. Porto and then Thessaloniki.
Ruben from Porto. 2 days ago, when we talked about GA'18, we talked that the rule could be changed, could not be changed, and the LBG that organized the GA could simply skip the 4 seasons and do a course respecting still the 8-season rule. Why is it not the same for NRRs, considering it also that they are much smaller than GMs?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
2 days ago, when we talked about GA'18, there were some questions about the LBG that organized the GM being able to skip the season of the course. The answer was no, because it's the season rules, and they could simply skip 4 seasons because there's 4 8-season rule. Why is that not sufficient for NRRs? Because they are also much smaller than GMs.
Okay. Well, I believe that the main difference here is the GA is an internal event, and an NRR is an event that involves our stakeholders. It's not internal. It's not considered as external, but it is for our stakeholders. So it is more related than a course than a GM.
We have 2 fingers from Porto. Please keep it short.
Ruben from Porto, but I'm talking about the magnitude and the efforts put in the event, because one of them is much larger than the other. Not the fact that they are externals, because like Vivaldi said, we are not competing. The services are not competing.
I think the point is clear, but there are just different opinions. I see a lot of 3 fingers. Thessaloniki and then Gdansk.
Jason Elvis Thessaloniki. Has there been any discussion about introducing a fee in the IBEC NRR?
So far, it has not been discussed, but we can take it into consideration throughout the year for the next edition of it.
Thank you. Now LBG Gdansk.
Zuzanna, LBG Gdańsk. I wanted to ask you, don't you think that it's a bit limiting, like the requirement about the length and amount of tasks? Like it's a bit limiting for the development of IBEC. For example, why actually do we have to have 2 case studies?
Okay. If I don't know if it's clear, but it's a minimum amount of. Okay, perfect. We believe that one of the philosophy of IBEC is to keep coherence through levels. So basically, and normally in the local round, it's 1 case study and 1 team design. In the final, it's 2 team designs and 4 case studies. So we think that we have to keep the coherence as like have the concept of national and regional rounds as a middle step. That's what we propose to have this amount of hours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, final question for now from Madrid, Carlos III.
Hi, Laura from Madrid, Carlos III. This is not a question, this is a statement. And I would encourage plenary to put on the shoes of weak LBGs. It can either be for HR or for FR. There are some LBGs that struggle a lot to organize a course, both economically or both HR. So this could be like a perfect excuse for them to run for an NRR round of IBEC and save themselves that year, both economically or maybe like lose some of their members. This could be really beneficial for them. So I would like people to think about that.
Okay, thank you for the statement. I would like to ask feedback from LBGs again. So you know the drill by now. If you want some more questions, not too many, we are running out of time, then it's thumbs up, otherwise thumbs down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I now see a very clear majority to cut the discussion. We had some fingers from Budapest, Valladolid, and maybe Thessaloniki as well, so I would recommend that they approach those people afterwards. So I think as you felt from the discussion, this is really what services decisions are all about. This is an important one. There are many different ways of looking at this issue, and ultimately, while it is a straightforward proposed change, it's up to you to decide whether it is the direction for best to go in. So thank you, EBEC Project, for presenting it. And staying with the topic of, shall we say, mildly controversial service proposals, we will be going to the revision of fee policy of courses, which will be presented by Nagia. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, first of all, I would like to invite the dragonflies, or some of the dragonflies that are not occupied at the moment, to join them in the middle. And also the ambassador of BEST, Gustavo, since he helped a lot during the whole process. So, this is the proposal to change the fee policy of courses and invention education. You can open your binders and see the documents, the proposal one, P24, and also the survey that was disseminated for the LBGs to assess the needs of LBGs, the financial needs of LBGs regarding the current fee policy of courses, which is the M11. Aim of the proposal: to change the current fee policy of BEST courses and BEST invention education, and also reach a better financial sustainability of these services. This proposal, I would like to mention that there is actually an outcome that comes from the services document, service strategy document that was voted upon during GA Tallinn and falls under the strategic objective of the financial management, optimization of cost and expenses, improve the financial state of our services is increased. But what was the problem in the beginning? First of all, fee versus inflation. Even though the cost of living in Europe and the products and services pricing has increased a lot, our services actually remain the same fee charged. This creates a whole incoherency from the point that we remain to charge our participants for this service the same, where where everything around this service has actually increased. Fee versus the quality of the service. A lot of efforts have been put from the External Events Committee back then, and now from the Vivaldi Department, the same for the Educational Committee, and now from Educational Involvement Department, for stamping procedures, gamification methods, and in general, how to optimize the quality of the services that we are actually offering. And this also does not correspond to the current fee that we have, which is more than 10 years old. And also the high load on LBG's budget. We know that LBGs are actually struggling sometimes to organize invention education from the fundraising point of view and the financial resources. And according to the survey that we disseminated, 40% of the LBGs are actually need half budget coverage for their annual budget in order to fulfill the financial needs of their course, at least the ones that they're super dependent on it. And of course, unfairness of the system, since you know that there is the fourth category where the 0% of fee of the participants that are coming from the fourth category is required to pay to the organizing LBG, the course organizing LBG. And this also creates some coherency since we are offering the same services to everyone. So why some people need to pay and others not? And also this also creates some kind of inequality because it is, let's say, quite usual phenomenon to have LPGs actually picking or choosing participants from highest fee categories than the ones that are lowest in order to get bigger fees and cover bigger percent of their budget. Okay, the change. First of all, we're proposing to change the number of the country categories from 4 to 5, and with the percentage that you can already see, and also they increase the maximum fee, which was 45 euros, and now it's like 25, the ones that we're proposing. Also, you can see that the different percentages can create round numbers in the fees, which is quite more feasible and handleable for the LBGs that are actually organizing the courses to collect the fees from the participants. You can also see the division of the countries to country categories according to gross domestic product per capita, which is the GDP. This division of countries actually will be voted upon on VIP round upon acceptance of the proposal. You can also see the percentages of the GDP and how each country is allocated on the specific category. Just an overview. Alternative options, of course. In order to reach this point, we investigated a lot of options. First of all, other indicators or combinations of indicators were investigated. These were the net wage, gross domestic per capita, as well NTP. But we thought that the system would get super complex, and the gross domestic per capita GDP is actually quite objective reference in order to be able to compare the financial development of each country. The fundraising chance for the LBG, you can also see like different percentages in the fee division. However, this was better integrated with introducing the fifth category. Zero fee for exceptional cases. However, we are having exactly the same thing, and everything, we believe that in case that we are not charging our participants with a fee, then our service is also not respectful. So whatever we are doing, we avoid to have exceptional cases, since it will just loop us back to the previous care and fee policy. And fee depending on participants' home countries. But this will also create some inequality from the point that according to the home countries, some LBGs organizing courses can receive less money than the one that they are actually getting at this point even. More alternative propositions were actually investigated. The best pot, meaning a huge pool of money, where all the money of courses would be collected and then disseminated to the LBGs according to specific criteria. However, this is a lot of load for the person that will deal with it, and the impact actually is quite less for the effort that needs to be put. Paying fee on the sending LBG, however, this was super irrelevant with the promotion that the LBG is doing and the number of participants that have been sent, that an LBG can send to courses, and this can also create some kind of inequality because it creates a gamification system, and it should not be the purpose of the thing. And also payment upon applying, this also comes it's contradictory with our current regulations about the application procedure to courses. Therefore, we propose from daily fee from 4 euros to 5 euros, 45 euros maximum fee to 55 euros maximum fee. The 5 different categories with the maximum amounts that you can see. The participation fee per category, I think it's quite obvious to see the fractions there and the differences. And what if the proposal is accepted? Then the documents that you can see of the Vivaldi handbook will be updated. If not, then the Vivaldi handbook specific chapter is going to remain the same. Half of the broadcast needs the proposal in order to get approved. And consequences, of course, we need to update documents, the Vivaldi handbook PA, materials, and also the calculation of the new categories. If you have any questions, just feel free to do it. You can do it now.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Nagia and the Dragonflies. We will first be going to Ensam with a question. That's all the way in the back. And then we will have Copenhagen.
Simon from Ensam. I noticed that in this proposal there is never a mention about the deposit that the student has to pay. I guess you decided not to change anything. Why did you take that decision?
It is in the proposal, maybe it's not in the presentation. I'm sorry that I forgot it actually. For the different categories, it's going to be respective 60 euros, 50 euros, 40 euros, 30 euros, and 20 euros. You can open your proposal and you'll see that there is also a change there.
Thank you, Ensam. Now the question from Copenhagen and then Liège.
Hi, Jacob from your favorite city of capital of Denmark, of Copenhagen. So it's more like a comment than a question. We've got proposal P23, which is about removing inconsistencies. And then we have in P24, we're still using name events on education, while we also want to have symposium education. So the thing is, if we would vote them in 23 and then 24, it would be kind of a mix-up. I'm not sure, just for you guys to be aware. It's more like technical comment.
Thank you for this technicality. The best impression on education and...
Zurista is making sudden motions and wants a reply.
Surita from the board, the name should not be mixed. The way the Vivaldi handbook is updated according to the other proposal is that every time that the concept events on education happens, the name will be changed. So if you approve this proposal, then it will be changed as well. It should not be a problem.
Okay, thank you, Copenhagen. We will have Liège and then LBG Graz.
Hello, Quentin, LBG Liège. Okay, so quick basic calculation. It's about the increase of the maximum fee, the participant pay. Let's say I organize a course. I have 25 participants. They all pay full fee category 1, which will never happen. It is best case scenario. I will have 250 euro more for my course then. And I know that in every country, in every LBG, we have like lots of difference between the expenses we have for the courses. Like, for example, I will take my case. It's not even 5% of the budget of my course. I would like to have a broader pictures, like how much of a help it will be for some LBG.
How much?
Of a help it will be for other LBG.
Okay, I can elaborate on this question. The thing is that we disseminate a survey, as I told you. And from the survey, there were LBGs that were totally dependent on the fee that they're getting from participants in order to sustain the event, the organizing course. And for LBGs that are actually have this high dependency, this amount is great for them to organize the event. And you can also see the outcomes on the survey. And you will see that there are LBGs, especially from the lowest categories, like now fourth or five in case the proposal is accepted, that they will need this amount of money.
Okay, thank you, Liège. Now Graz and then Brussels ULB.
Miguel from Graz. First of all, thanks for the presentation. It was very enlightening. So we have a question regarding the calculation of the country categories. We double-checked when we first got the proposal, and we don't know what the parameter is. But for example, Austria is placed in category 1, paying the full fee. And we have a GDP per capita way lower than, for example, Denmark. So we wanted to know what the exact parameter that was used for that is. Thank you.
Can you please repeat your last question?
So,
about the percentage.
Summarizing,
Yes.
what is the parameter that has been used to calculate the country
Gross
categories?
domestic capita gross domestic product per capita, GDP, the one that we are currently using for the fee policy at the moment.
Okay. Well, yeah, as I was saying, Austria is below other category 2 countries, but that's just as an example. I don't know if there are any other discrepancies, but thank you anyway.
Okay, in any case, we can even double check with Eurostats and see exactly what is going on. In any case, like this proposal is not for voting the country categories at the moment. It is mainly like if it is accepted, then it will proceed with the AVAP around the proper calculation.
Thank you, Gra. Now we have Brussels ULB and then Design Department.
So Sasha from Brussels ULB. Now you said at the beginning of the presentation that 40% of LBGs base more than half of the budget on the fees. It seems a lot to me, and so I wanted to know how did you get those statistics? How did you get the statistics? Like,
We sent a survey to President's Ad around middle, end of December. We collected all this information from the questions that we had there, meaning we were asking what is the annual budget, what coverage of the annual budget is, what financial coverage from the annual budget is the event course that they're organizing, and some charges that they can also get. You can see the results because it is in the pre-materials. And we made infographics and we saw exactly how is the fluctuation between the whole countries.
okay,
And
I
no
didn't know it was
beaches.
that much.
We have a two fingers from Brussels.
Hi, Peter from Brussels. Maybe this is more a question for the LBGs, but when you say it's more than half of the budget, does that include, like, if you get hosting from the university, that's not part of the budget because it didn't cost you anything?
It depends how every LBG actually makes their budget for the course, because I know that some people, some LBGs are counting in the incomes, also the financial resources that they're getting from the university, and they're compensating it with the expenses. Or there are other LBGs that they're getting, let's say, this amount by default, so they do not include it in the event budget, and they're including only the expense that they need to make and the residual incomes that they need to get. So it depends on the LBG, but however, because this is actually an additional standard amount, it does not influence the final result when you're doing the percentages. It's simple mathematics.
Thank you to Brussels. Thank you to Brussels and the other Brussels. Now we will have Design Department and then LBG Madrid. Madrid has cut, so then it will be Skopje.
Xenia from Design Department. So I will have a statement like this change will have mixed influence to the promotion of courses on the lowest categories, because on the one side, just we used to promote the courses like the free events, so you don't need to pay anything. But from the other hand, this price is quite affordable, and I think that we can make it. But still, not everyone ready to pay even this small amount, because some students are really poor. Thank you.
Thank you, Design Department. Now we will have Skopje and then Erlangen. Did you have a finger?
Ivona from Skopje. How do you think this will affect the a number of applications we get? Because for like our country in general, we were in the top 10 applications, and if this proposal is accepted, the number will change drastically.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say that into the proposal we have one open issue, which is actually a potential reduction of the applications. However, okay, I cannot measure for each LBG how much is going to be the reduction, of course, because this depends on many factors, and not only from increasing the fee. However, the amount of the fee that we increased, the maximum fee, is 10 euros, which is actually affordable. We could even go, like, for example, for more, but we went like for 10 euros because the change is not that much drastical change. And it also compromises and compensates both sides, both the ones of the LBGs that they're organizing and they need to get the financial resource to organize the event, but also from the participants. And believe me, if you check other NGOs and how much they're charging their complementary education related services, you will see that actually we are charging them very, very cheap.
Okay, I see some thumbs up for the statement. Skopje seems to have cut. Oh, that was Skopje, sorry. Then Erlangen, and then Vivaldi Department.
Kai from Erlangen. I'm wondering how come that this is being proposed by the board, and how was Vivaldi involved in this?
Okay, I will reply on this question. In any case, there were many threads that were opened. in public mailing list where everyone actually can give input, because it's not only the change that comes only for one department, it is also affects a lot LBGs, and it is for LBGs as well. And during winter RPF that we had an allocated session, for that reason, Vivaldi department and project members and department members were also involved in this conversation. However, like for the proposal approval, we do not think that Vivaldi department should be included, since it is something that is correlated with the developmental work of BEST, and also the pricing of services is under the treasurer and the vice president for services.
Thank you, Erlangen. We will now have the one finger from Vivaldi department, and after that, Bruno.
Hello, Angelina from the Vault Department. It's actually a statement that this proposed new fee policy just still leaves open the problem that we have spotted, that some LBGs are making the selection according to how much money the participants are going to pay. So this is an open issue that I believe should be tackled in the future. Unfortunately, this year, when my department was participating in the relevant threads and session, we weren't able to find a solution. It's for the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelina, for the statement.
Thank you, Vivaldi. You can send it again to the minutes if you wish. Brno and Cluj-Napoca will be, we have a two fingers from Uppsala first, and then Brno, excuse me.
Fergus from LBG Uppsala. As far as understood, one of the options was the best spot, although some difficulties were related to that option. It sounded to me a very interesting option. If the plenary agrees, would you like to share some of this problematic?
Yes, mainly there are a lot of things. For example, if you are gathering a specific amount in a specific, let's say, place or on one account, then in order to make transactions, you need to get invoices. And for example, many LBGs cannot issue invoices because they are under student unions. They're not, let's say, legal registered as NGOs. So as you have already seen, like in previous presentations that they have been, so this can create a huge mess regarding the bureaucracy part. And also it requires many, many transactions that one person for sure cannot afford, only if it is the whole system automated, which is at the moment not a priority, I think, because the efforts to be put are a bit, let's say, more than the impact that it could cause. So I don't know if BEST is actually ready for that.
Thank you, Vivaldi and Uppsala. We have been discussing for about 9 or 10 minutes. There are still two fingers on the list. We will take those, and then that will be the end of this round. Cluj-Napoca and Rome TV.
Hello, Horia from Cluj-Napoca. I really want to make a realistic statement. Like, do you really guys think that a person can travel abroad for almost 2 weeks, can not also abroad plus 10 euros? Afford, sorry.
Okay, I think that it. I saw 5 fingers from some people. Can you please repeat your statement?
Sorry. So, do you really think that, like, if a person affords to travel abroad for almost 2 weeks, 10 euros would make a difference? Like, he will not apply for that course anymore? Like, it won't affect the PR. Come on.
Okay, thank you for the statement, kind of. Okay, and final one finger from Rome TV.
Hi, Francesco from Rome TV, former capital of most of your countries. And
All right, that was a beauty. That was a beauty, so it has to be repeated for the people that did not understood.
Okay, I said, hello, I'm Francesco from Rome TV, former capital of most of your countries. Okay, thank you. Since the increase is about €1 per day, have you ever thought to use this as to our advantage and say that even though inflation is rising, we want to keep our fees unchanged in order to give more students the opportunity to travel?
again, like what is the question? I don't understand.
Since the increase is about €1 per day, have you ever thought to use this to our advantage, since it's not that much per day, and say like?
Okay, I see 3 fingers,
Okay.
quite a lot in the plenary. So
I
that
will
would be
approach you.
the final word on it. Well, this was another service-related discussion, about as long as the first one. Again, these are decisions that impact all of your LBGs. It's not always easy for the board to anticipate like if this is a good idea or not. That's why you're coming to GM to give this feedback and, of course, to do the voting on the final day.
most of you already signed. So if you have already done it, you don't need to do it again. This is just for the people that maybe are not sure about all the discussion groups or what they're about. Once you are sure about it, you can just do B and we can keep this as fast as we can. So Oscar, first slide. Later of this one.
Okay, in this we will discuss the method through which we select participants for events and courses, and if it's the right method, if it's the most efficient, and what will come next.
Okay, on the discussion group, we'll discuss how fee has an impact for LBG and for finances during organization of internal events such as RMs and TGMs.
Okay, so for this virtual team working methods, we're gonna share for each LBG. We're gonna share the methods they're using for virtual team working in order to have an idea for an efficient team working.
The discussion group about how to stay in best would be more like sharing session. We would discuss how to make the very first moment of every newbie that awesome that they stay with us for the rest of their. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, so the discussion group about best thematic years, it's happening in order to assess the expected outcome of the best thematic years concept, and also we need your input in order to make this happen. So we'll be waiting you for the discussion group.
As yesterday there were quite many questions and discussions about the budget, there will also be a discussion group tomorrow to continue discussing this issue. It will be facilitated by Orpheus. And well, next one.
So basically, the idea to create some tool instrument on local level, like a golden apple for events, to motivate people, increase the quality of local events.
Yeah, so my discussion group will be how to deal with that PR. Like imagine on one day you have like 300% more likes on Facebook or clicks on Facebook than usually per week. So you are looking for what is that, and you find out that you have a nice article somewhere, and you have to deal with that. So we will discuss it, like how to handle it, how to react, and so on.
Now I couldn't waste that time. How to make people stay in best would be discussion group and sharing session about how to motivate newbies to stay and to show them how awesome is best and that it's worth staying with us.
Sorry, first a disclaimer. This discussion group's title changed during a discussion with Vivaldi department, but it didn't reach the board in time. So I will. So please disregard what is written there, at least in the title. So the title will be, I changed it in the discussion sheet already, how to define a deadline for the stamping procedure, and we are going to assess the relevance of why of having a deadline, a specific deadline for the stamping results, and also we are going to hopefully come up with an idea or a proposal or a proposed solution on how to make it or how to make it time bounded and available for all the RBGs in time.
Yes, and my discussion group will be about the topic that I brought on my presentation for LTAP blog, is best still attractive? So we will discuss there our services and our projects and like the reason for why we have less applications and how to make sure that our services are good quality.
Hi guys, tomorrow we are going to have integration and mentoring. It's going to be me, Gianluca and Daria. We are going to talk about how to manage the process of integration of your member, and as well we are going to have some insights about the management of the mentoring system. That's all. Alec is not here because he needs to leave like some minutes ago. So during project management, we are going to see how we can make others believe in what we are doing in order to encourage your members to take part in the project, and also how we can achieve all the opportunities that we have while we are taking a project.
Tomorrow, Arnold from Training Department and me, we are going to deliver strategic planning. During the session, we are going to see the basic steps, how to create a strategic plan, and we are going actually to try to implement it. Sorry. By the end of the session, we expect you to be able to have gained basic knowledge on how to create a strategic plan and go back to your LPGs and create a year plan. So join us.
During a PR tutorial, we're going to learn different methods of successfully promoting our local events.
This block is mandatory, so now you will have time during the dinner break to write yourselves if you haven't yet. And tomorrow morning, when we open the plenary, I will also beam where each of the blocks will take place. So you will need to come here to the plenary if you want to know where is going to be the discussion group or training session that you will attend. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Pass the mic to Oscar.
Thank you, everybody. And now for some more announcements. Pavel and Dino to the board table before dinner, please. Angelina from Vivaldi to the board table, please. The facilitators in out of the plenary activities to the board table, please, before dinner. Delegates from Messina and Gliwice at the board table before dinner. LBG Tampere and LBG Eka Urfu to the secretary before dinner. And then also a quick reminder, tomorrow evening is the deadline for secret ballot, amendments and counter proposals. Approach Dennis if you have any of these. This is it from my side. Mathieu.
Cool. So, once again, like yesterday, we will briefly have to return to plenary. It's already 9, so we will be back at 10. That gives you 1 hour to eat, and then it will be very briefly confirmations and talking and having fun with the alumni, basically. We will do the reverse division for dinner, which means that this side of the plenary will be second for dinner, and this side of the plenary will be first. So people that are first, please go immediately. Sit down until I have finished the plenary, please. Thank you. And this side, please wait 15 to 20 minutes before you show up, and then most of the queue should have dissipated. Okay, let's do that. Please be here back at 10. That means the earlier we start, the earlier we can finish. And enjoy dinner.
I take it you're quite a heavy sleeper.
Cool. Welcome back, everybody. In case you wonder why I had to do it with the coffee cup, I guess you know the drill by now. Someone stole it like 2 minutes before opening. Well done. So I will open the plenary with this cup again. Okay. Is there an echo in here? Echo in here? Echo in here? Okay. Cool. So thank you for being back in such great numbers. Yeah, we had to go we had to go for the dinner, yeah, a bit unexpectedly, though I was actually just remembering some previous GMs. And as far as I remember, when it was a night of alumni speed dating, there was always first an official part. So we're doing mostly what other GMs are doing and just adding the confirmation round. Just an FYI. First of all, Oscar, do you have any announcements that you'd like to share?
Yes, I do have an announcement. There is, in fact, exactly one announcement which I have for you now. Jorge did not present Aije. Jorge did not steal your hammer. So I'm not sure what this means, but I'm hoping that we are going to find out soon.
We will find out at some point, I'm sure. And small other thing, Groningen is excused because they have an online meeting with their nurse or something.
So this is it for now.
Okay, cool. So let's get to the meat of what we're actually here to do. Let's go to the confirmations sheet. But I see I have a technical from Milan first. Can we get a microphone? You can take this one. Might not be on. Might not be on. Please press it on at the bottom. It's dead? Okay. Can you bring the microphone? Run. Better.
Hello. Hi. Davide from LG Milan. I have a technical. I gave you an announcement before. Why was not mentioned?
Because there's going to be more announcements at the end of the block.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there will be some more. So if there's nothing else, let's proceed to the confirmations. We don't have these screens working, right, for confirmations? Okay, so then you'll have to bear with me a little bit because I'm going to read it from that screen. We have the position of president first. Gustavo from ambassador confirmed yesterday, and we will now proceed with the ones who were postponed. So, is everybody ready? Awesome. So we start with Ola, ambassador. She declines. There will be no microphone carrying. People just stand up and yell. Clemente, Lisbon. He declines. Santiago, Madrid, Carlos Tres. Declines. Antonia, Bucharest. Declines. Dobre, Skopje. Batman, Gotham. He declines. Pragan from Copenhagen. Declines. Elias, Madrid, Carlos Tres. Declines. Marcin from Gliwice. He declines. Krish from Krakow. See, there's been some coordination. Yaya from Lyon. Yaya from Lyon. Superman. Okay, he declines. Martin from St. Petersburg. He declines. Patrick from Wroclaw. Coffee from Wroclaw. Declines. Magda from Warsaw. Branislav from Bratislava, excuse me. He declines. Natasha from Novi Sad. Angelina from Thessaloniki. Declines. Ace from Thessaloniki. Declines. Dragana from Skopje. She declines. Ania from Riga. She declines. Pini from Valladolid. Declines. Monica from Wroclaw. Declines. Susanna from Gdansk. They decline. That means that we have, I think, gone over the complete list, and we have one candidate for president, Gustavo Ambassador. One, two, three. Now treasurer. So Masht from Barcelona has accepted already yesterday. Let's proceed with the rest. Marcin from Gdansk. Declines. Patka from Krakow. Declines. Natasha from Skopje. Nicola from Niš. Nagia from General Electric. She declines. Anna Maria from Chisinau. Declines. Martin from St. Petersburg. Declines. LG Turin from Italy. They decline. Ramazan from Izmir. Declines. Dobre from Skopje. Declines. So that is the list for treasurer. We have one candidate, Masht from Barcelona. One, two, three. Moving on to secretary. We already had Dragos and Veronika. The rest are Katarina from Bratislava. Declines. Lord of the Rainbows. Declines. Antonio from Almada. Declines. Denis from Izmir. Declines. Adam from Krakow. Declines. Strania from Niš. Declines. Pavel from Dansk. He's offended and declines. Timi from Cluj-Napoca. Declines. That means we have all our candidates, Dragos and Veronika. One, two, three. See, this goes pretty fast. So the next is the VP for HR. We had three candidates already, Sara from Aveiro, Narcisa from Brasov, and Fergus from Uppsala. First of all, clarification. There was a candidate, Edwin from Podgorica. Yesterday, I think his delegate said declined, but he meant to postpone. So we have changed that in the sheet to be consistent. Starting with the first names, Gianluca from Rome. Edwin from... Is there a technical? Okay, so we proceed. Gianluca from Rome. Gianluca from Rome. Declines. Orfea from Thessaloniki. He declines. Xenia from St. Petersburg. She declines. Edwin from Podgorica. Can He accepts. That means we have a fourth candidate, Edwin from Podgorica. Then we have Arnold from Graz. He declines. Krevina from Maribor. Okay. Maribor says that she declines, so she declines. Milica from Niš.
I decline.
Declines. From Rome. Declines. So that means we have 4 candidates for the position of HR. Sara from Avet. All right. One, two, three. So for the stream, can you go back for a second? It is Sara from Aveiro. Can you go back for... Okay, whatever. Okay, so Sara from Aveiro, Narcisa from Brasov, Fergus from Uppsala, and Edwin from Podgorica. Moving on to VP projects. Nico from Helsinki. Declines. Arnold from Graz. He declines. Georgia from Thessaloniki. One, two, three. Next, Francesca from Rome. Declines. Adrian from Madrid Carlos III. Madrid Carlos III. Okay. Declines. Ogi from Belgrade. He accepts. That is a second candidate for VP projects. Next one, Dudu from LBG Stupid. Declines. Nicolena from Athens. Declines. Antonio from Amada. Declines. Jopi from Tampere. Jopi declines. Xenia from St. Petersburg. Declines. Patricia from Krakow. Declines. Xenia from Venezia. One, two, three. Fergus from Uppsala. He declines. Dobre from Skopje. Declines. That means we went from 0 to 3 candidates for VP projects. Georgia, Thessaloniki, Ogi, Belgrade, Xenia, Venezia. One, two, three. VP Services. We already had Antonio from Amada and Gabor from Budapest. Gabor, excuse me, I will get it right. Domi from Maribor. Declines. Mariana from Aveiro. Declines. Alvaras from Kaunas. Declines. Alex from Patras. Declines. Elias from Madrid Carlos III. His mother declined. Zurita from Valencia. Declines. Halina from Moscow. Declines. Maxim from Leuven. Declines. Mariana from Lisbon. Declines. George from Porto. He declines. That means we have 2 candidates, Antonio, Almada, Gabor, Budapest. And finally, the position for VP LGS. We already had one applicant, Mariniki from Athens. Next is Boni Porto. Declines. Joao Coimbra. Declines. Vika from Lisbon. Declines. Maxime from Leuven. Declines. Vicente from Delft. Declines. Xenia. She declines. Hussein from Izmir. Proudly declines. Raxmi from Ensta. Declines. Wi-Fi from Cisco. Wi-Fi, sorry. 3, 2, 1. It declined connection. Bacalao from Lyon. Decline. Gianluca from Rome. Decline. Elina from Riga. Declines. Stathis from Thessaloniki. Declines. Aga from Parachute. Declines. Lera from Parachute. Declines. So I believe that leaves one candidate, Mariniki from Athens. One, two, three. We're not done applauding yet. I would like to invite all the board candidates to the center of the plenary where a picture has to be taken of them. So please welcome all the candidates for the 30th International Board of Best. Can you get the sheets off, Oscar? Oscar, sheet down. Can you get the sheet down? Yeah, we ran out of stamina. Okay, yeah, so few announcements. Sara from Aveiro is not in this picture yet. She will be arriving tomorrow morning, but she's also a board candidate. And a reminder to all the board candidates, the deadline to upload your CV and motivation letters to, I think, board.ga@best.org is 11th tomorrow. And I think that is it. So then we will go to Oscar for the final announcements.
Right, so because of sound not working, we are not going to have the jingles. I'm going to go straight to the announcement. I'll play it twice tomorrow morning.
I see we have a finger from membership department. Can we get a mic over there? And you can proceed in the meantime, Oscar.
They have a finger.
Membership department?
Sorry. Maxime from Membership Department. I've noticed for amendments and counter proposals, friendly amendments, there is a lot of confusion. Could you re-explain the procedure and what we're going to use? Because there is also, the main confusion is, are there friendly amendments now or only amendments?
Denise from the board will explain.
Dennis from board. Okay, last year there were 3 of them, but after some discussions we decided to have only 2 phases. So we will only have amendments and counter proposals. So in that case, you don't have to go and agree with the proposal owner. However, if you want to make a change, it's cool if you discuss it with the proposal owner, but you don't have to agree. So for amendments, you just need to give me the change that you want to make, and then we will present them. And after we present them, the person who wants to make the change will have some statements about the reason that they propose it, and then proposal owner will have chance to state their opinion, if they agree with the reasons, if they disagree with the reasons, and in the end plenary will be voting about accepting or rejecting that idea. And if it's accepted, we will modify the proposals and we will only vote one version. However, in the case of counter proposals, we will have two proposals which will be voted on paper. Is it clear now, or do you have more questions? And please find me till tomorrow night at 10 p.m. I mean, after dinner it will be hard to catch me. So please let's tackle with all the counter proposals and amendments during the second coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Is it clear now? If not, then Denise is still here for you. Oscar?
Thank you, Denise, for the clarifications. So several people in the plenary have complained about the general smell of sports hall in the plenary. I understand the confusion. However, please do not try to to take care of yourself. And if you have any questions about how showering works, please approach the delegate of the group shower department. They are going to give you more details on this point. Yeah, I mean, it's the new structure, so. Then there were sessions this morning about LTSP. Before the session, we had 50 markers. After the session, we have 10. Tomorrow, we still need them, so please return all the markers you got from during the sessions. Then LBG Milan is preparing an amendment about the budget. Whoever wants to contribute to it, go to the Milan table. So extra Marcin and extra Antonia to the board table, please. And an announcement regarding the notebooks. Please don't leave your notebooks here and there, because they are too pretty and they can get lost. Take care of your things. I think we should... Okay?
Dennis from board, I have a clarification about the amendments. If you want to make an amendment or counter proposal, you need to approach board table first, and then we can tell you if it's an amendment or counter proposal, because this has to be decided together with the proposal owner. So please approach us so we can guide you for the right path. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, for the clarification. Then we have an announcement from Yaya.
Okay, really quick. So there were not enough people that subscribed for the PRD workshop in the out of plenary. So consider it cancelled. If you were subscribed there, you can either join the plenary for the discussions or subscribe yourself in one of the other activities. Is that clear? Cool.
Thank you, Yaya. And now an announcement from Naya about LBG devs.
It started again. So, Christina, please stand up again. Please approach Christina for all the LBGs that have ownings towards common account, and plus, if there are LBGs that have problem in communication for the debts that they own from LBG to LBG, please approach me as well, and I will invite you both at the board table so that we can arrange it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Naya. And now an announcement from Extra Antonia about the parallel track of tomorrow.
Extra Antonia, all the LBGs that are presenting tomorrow in the LBG, FR, PR, or HR show, please send your presentations by tomorrow by lunch break. You can find on your email the link for the drives to upload them. Also, if you haven't filled the form, please do so ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Then another announcement, please submit your Speaker's Corner presentations till tonight so that we can upload them into place and have them ready by tomorrow. Then another announcement, the black Star Wars notebook is missing and LBG Ljubljana would like it back. In principle, we have this dubious tradition of stealing each other's mascots, and that is arguably acceptable because then you get to do funny tasks and then you get the mascot back. However, these notebooks are important for taking notes, which help people actually take the most out of GA. So let's remember the values we discussed ever since GA started and try to respect each other's properties. So to summarize, mascots okay, stealing other people's random things, not okay. Can I have your approval on this, please? Thank you very much. And now I have one final announcement from Evie.
all the microphones.
Evie from the board. So today, now you have speed dating, and after this you'll go to party. This morning we already announced that yesterday some things that shouldn't happen happened. We already said that, for example, the delegate from Branislav, he found his room flooded, and his laptop was flooded, his passports were flooded, and his visa basically doesn't work anymore, and he needs to pay for a new one. Apart from this, I woke up in my room with a person in the next bed wearing my clothes and with other people inside our building. Yeah, sure, maybe you're laughing now, but it wasn't that funny for me in the morning waking up in a situation like that. And Bonnie, the RA, someone puked on her. So I really hope that you understand how serious this is, and I really hope you don't think, oh, haha, that's funny, because that's really not funny. I hope I don't need to say more things, so please let it not happen ever again.
I see you are in broad agreement on this, and let's also take action on it. Okay, by the way, final announcement for the board candidates. Please approach the board table directly after, as well as Extra Lazar. The alumni are in the other part of the plenary. They have been patiently waiting for you. You've also been very patient today, so thank you for that. Please do talk to them a little bit. They are giving this evening to us, and I think it would be nice if you talk to them a little bit. Today we had a lot of tough discussions. You, I think, performed overall really well. Everything was very respectful, and it's very. This is really one of the better plenaries I have ever seen. So thank you for giving it your all today. See you tomorrow.